Yeah, good day, folks, and welcome to another live session of my coding for my SharpPulsar Apache Pulsar um, client library. So once again, my name is Ebere Abanonu, and I'm happy to be live again today. So today I'm going to be looking at where we stopped on Saturday, where we try to investigate the issue once more. What I'll do is I'll dedicate about 30 minutes of the 1 hour of this streaming session to actually try to verify or investigate if setting the retention policy will actually solve our problem. So that's what we're going to do first. So if the if after setting the retention policy, then you don't move ahead from the transactions from the issue and we still get the transactional issue, what we do is I'll move on from there because I've learned over the years that there are bugs that you cannot solve directly. When you try to solve a bug or you try to investigate an issue, I've learned that at times you might not be able to solve it directly. You might be able to solve it indirectly. Indirectly in the sense that I'm actually investigating directly what the issue is with the transaction implementation. But probably when we move to the producer, probably our issue will be solved there. So, so my first point of call this session is going to just I'm going to investigate the transactional issue. I'm going to set the retention policy and see why am I doing so according to the recommendation. Let me move to my other screen. So yes, on Saturday I had a live chat with a member of the Apache Pulsar group. So what he said was, I think what he said was perhaps due to retention policy. So I'm going to give this a try. We are going to set the retention policy for our topic, for our namespace. Then we will run that failing transaction again and see if we get the exact error. If we get the exact error, we leave it there. Then we move on to port the updates, if there's any, for Pulsar producer. We'll update it in our library, SharpPulsar library, to see. We just compare and see if there's any difference, much difference that we actually need to implement. So, guys, welcome and let's get started. So, first thing I need to do is to start my Docker or desktop. And of course, as you know how it goes, I will launch my Notepad plus plus. Also, folks, you can reach me on GitHub. You can also reach me on Twitter, and you can also contract me on Upwork. So I'm going to leave the scrolling text to scroll to the end, so I can note my Upwork address, and you can also note my GitHub address. You can also note my Twitter handler as well. So if you want to reach me now or later in the future, for those that will be watching in the future, hopefully if I'm available, why not? We can work together. If you have an idea that you want to implement, you have a product idea, why not? You can always contract me If you want to scale the performance of your application, then why not? You can always contact me. Then, if for instance there is an idea you want me to implement as regards to SharpPulsar, why not? You can always reach out to me. I'm willing to listen to ideas that are not only mine. I'm willing to listen to ideas that other people may bring to the table. I'll look at it. Definitely, I might not agree to every idea 100%. Probably, if I agree to the idea 50%, the remaining 50%, I find out to add it up from my own side. So, folks, that is it. So let's move on from there. First, I need to disable my camera because I need to do something right now. Just briefly. Okay. So camera is back. So we've launched I've launched my Docker. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to delete this container, Pulsar local. I'm going to delete this. I'm going to delete this so that old data that we do not need or might cause issue for us. We need to delete it so I can recreate it again. Okay, so I'll delete it. I've actually noticed something. I don't know why the zookeeper section just keep hanging out. Probably I need to investigate that. Maybe it's due to the standalone version we are running. Like I said yesterday, that in a production environment, you need to actually run. Pulsar is actually made up of 3 components. One, the broker. The broker is what makes up Pulsar. That's the broker layer is what makes up Pulsar. Then another layer is made up of bookie. So bookie is more like the storage layer. That's not actually the bookie layer is not actually the Pulsar itself. The broker layer is actually the Pulsar itself, the broker acts as a client to the bookie. The bookkeeper rather, if you call it for short term, call it bookkeeper. So the client acts as the broker acts as a client for the bookkeeper. Then we have the metadata layer, that is the zookeeper. The zookeeper keeps in call it that what will you call it now? Data about the data. That's what we call metadata. It keeps information about where each bookkeeper is hosted. It keeps record of the topic which broker is in charge of or owns a particular topic. So Pulsar is actually made of 3 layers. So that's why I'm asking that. As I said, I'm wondering why. If you look at the screen at the bottom, you see that we're having zookeeper server session expiring. And I said maybe probably because I'm running a standalone version of it, but in production, you run each component in their own. If you are using Kubernetes, for instance, you run in their own node on their own system on their own PC, like the zookeeper in its own PC, its own system, its own node, its own instance VM. Same, just you can scale it up or scale it down individually. So what I want you to know that the broker is what Pulsar is about. When you're talking about Pulsar, you're talking about the broker. It's just that they develop in such a way that it communicates efficiently with the zookeeper and the the, the zookeeper and the bookkeeper as well. So I said I'm wondering why this is. So probably let's just hope that it's because I'm running a standalone version, or probably because I've not actually configured this particular instance of Pulsar properly for Zookeeper or something. Like maybe probably I'm missing something. But as long as we are able to consume and try out our code and it works and it consumes, I won't be bothered about that. But if it's in production where I have a different instance or a different node handling metadata, each zookeeper metadata and all that, then I'll probably be consigned. So let me minimize this. So we have our container running. Okay. So there's one other thing I want to also check. Before we move on, I need to go to Pulsar broker. I need to go to the test. I need to verify something. Client. So I'm going to look for the transaction end to end. Transaction end to end. So I want to actually see how they set up the test. So I want to know if they have detention policies set and the rest. So let me scroll. So let me scroll down. Let me see. Well, due to the fact that I cannot do this, I cannot actually compose my test this way because they are actually running it. I think they're actually testing the code directly, not that they are running it on a server. So maybe let's just hope. Let me see for broker service. Cluster data, create cluster, blah 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 blah, create partition. Where they create a partition for this create partition topic. So let me see. They didn't actually set retention. Okay, this is what I'll do. I'll try to find out if there's retention set. No retention. So but let's just try out what David suggested and see. So let's see. Oh, I've not launched Visual Studio. So we need to go to our test. So what we can do here is that let's go to transaction. No, admin. What we can do here is let's get this. So I'm actually trying to set the retention policy and see how that will work out for the issue that we are actually facing. So what I'll do is this. So I will say admin. Let's look for retention. Set retention. So tenant parameter topic is persistence true. Okay. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to set the retention. So you have to look at another issue now is for us to be able to set, because if you look at this, the retention, the parameter it needs a topic. It needs a topic. Okay, why won't we do it this way? Because I don't know if it will work when the topic is not existing. So what I want to do is, at the point where we are actually creating the producer, we can actually set the retention policy for that topic at that particular point, so that we know that the topic is actually existing in the server side, or on the server side rather. So what we do is, we are having a problem with, I think we don't have a problem with commit, abort rather. So we're having a problem with this. So what I want to do is, at this point, after we've created both the producer and the consumer, I want to set retention policy for that particular. So we know that by default, I think it's public. Okay, the tenant is public default. Okay, so first of all, we need to set the tenant, which is public, and the namespace, which is default. Then the topic, which is this, persistence, which is true. When we say it means that once the broker receives, or the bookkeeper receives a message, it stores it. But if it is not persistent, the I don't know actually how they explain. I think if it is non-persistent, it means that if for instance the broker crashes, the message is lost. I think that is a simple way to actually explain. But if you persist the message, if you don't delete the data folder, if you don't delete the ledgers, if you don't delete the logs, then the message will always be there. But if it's not persistent, it means that once anything happens, maybe the broker crashes, then you should know that automatically that particular message is lost. So it's for things, maybe, I don't know, when you're talking about mission critical applications or mission critical softwares and all that, I don't think that would be ideal. It won't be ideal to have a non-persistent, like a banking system. That won't be an ideal, what will I call it now? Ideal setup, because definitely there's always this thing they say that anything that will go wrong will go wrong. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong. So if there's any probability or any possibility of the server crashing, if there's any possibility of the server going down, then you have to design your system such a way that, okay, you know that this thing will actually happen. So in this kind of world or industry, don't rely on miracles. Don't rely on miracles. You do what you need to do that is necessary. So if you use not persistent because you want to save computation costs, you want to save hosting costs, and you are hoping that nothing will go wrong, you just have to know that anything that can go wrong, if it doesn't go wrong immediately, if it doesn't go wrong this year, if it doesn't go wrong next year, if it doesn't go wrong in 10 years' time, it will definitely go wrong, even within, I don't know, even if it takes a long time, it will definitely go wrong. And at that particular time, when it goes wrong, it goes really wrong. So, for instance, if your server nothing went wrong with your server for like 20 years, and you're like, well, we've been using it, we've been developing our application this way for the past 20 years, and nothing went wrong. I tell you, the day that's going to go wrong, if you didn't, what would they call it now? If you didn't design the application, will I call it defensive, to be defensive? That is, you didn't protect the data from what may happen in the future, and your server goes down, and it takes all the data with it, and tell you it's going to be more painful because 20 years or 50 years or 100 years or 1,000 years worth of information gone like that. But so what I'm trying to say is, when we are designing an application, we know that something will go wrong. So you should always keep that in mind, to always develop or design our solutions knowing that. So to prevent anything catastrophic, I don't think there's anything it will prevent a catastrophic issue. I don't think there's any design that should be considered overkill. As long as once something bad happens, you can easily say, well, that's happened, or yeah, what will they call it now? Turn on that switch, turn off that switch. Let's restart all over again, and you know that everything, all the information you need is well. So let's continue. So is persistent. You say it's true. You say it's true. Okay, let's do this way. Retention policy. We're going to say new retention policy. So now let me check what I need to set. Pick definition. Retention time in minutes. Retention time in MB. So what that says is, so let me do this. I think this is a better way to do it. So it says retention time in minutes. I'm going to set it to Let's set it to an hour. That is 60 times 60. Let me look up my calculator. 60 seconds is 1 minute times another 60. That is 360. So we're going to set it to 3,600. So, and you say the retention MB. What that means is I think that what that means is either the retention time or the retention, whichever one happens first. If within 1 hour window, an hour window, you're able to hit the retention size in MB, I think the topic will be deleted. So whichever one happens first, either the 1 hour happens first or the retention size is first. So if, for instance, you have like maybe set it to about 1 gig, and within the 1 hour window, according to my setup here, I'm not generalizing, I'm just painting an image. According to my setup here, I set retention time in minutes. I set 1 hour, which is 3,600. I hope I'm right about that. That's 3,600 minutes. If I'm not right, well, all the best then. So then you now say, okay, the retention size in MB, that is storage. What that means is either if you have a message or a topic, delete it if it's not being used within 1 hour window. But if it's being used, then it's the maximum MB that you set. Also delete it. So either way. So we're going to set it to I don't know if this okay. Let's set it to let me set it to 100. I don't think we hit that within 1 hour. So what this does is to prevent our topic from being deleted. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the response and see what they. So let's see. I'm going to set a breakpoint here because I want to see the response from the server. So that's why I'm doing so. So let's do that. Let's try that and see what happens. So we are running producer commit test retention. Let's see. Let's see. So let's rebuild. So let's run. So let's see the response we got from the server. Method not allowed. How is that? Method not allowed. So actually getting an error from So it says method not allowed. Let's go. I need to know what the method is. It's persistent. Post. Okay, let's go back. Let's go and see. See what I'll do. Probably they've changed something. I'm actually looking for the endpoint for the admin. Okay. Okay. Let me see. Get retention. Post. Tenant. Namespace. Topic. Public where is it so big? Set attention. So I'm actually trying to investigate why we are getting this error we are getting. Let me see. It says that method not allowed. I wonder how that is. Okay, what I'll do is I'll put a breakpoint. Request content. Okay. I'll put a breakpoint here, then I'll run this code again because to me everything seems to be okay. Okay, let's confirm this. Let me see if my admin endpoint is actually running. So localhost 880. Running quite alright. Okay, what we do is okay, let's see this. Let's do this. So how do you get the retention policy? Get okay, oh no. Retention, no. These are the get retention policy topic. Let me see which other way. So let me run the code again and see how we are getting such an error. So body is not null. So we set it up. Then let's see the error itself. What's the response code? Status. Okay, let's go. 405. It's not 405. Method not allowed. There's an issue. Method not allowed. Why is that so? Are we missing any form of parameter? I'm not missing any parameter, so why is the method not allowed? It's a post method. Persistence. Okay, persistence. Let's go back to our. Let's go back to the header. Okay, This is correct. Application JC. Get. So what I can do, let's do this way to actually see if it's actually working. What I can do is I'll do it this way. Assistant topic public default. So let's see what we get. Error not found. How is that? Something is actually going on. Maybe let me see if the endpoint is actually running well. So let's see. Tenant namespace. Tenant namespace. Please, if you are watching, please kindly subscribe to my YouTube channel, because this is just the beginning. I still have a lot more to do, a lot more demos, a lot more introduction to other technologies, a lot more. So after I'm done with actually porting the updating SharpPulsar for Apache Pulsar 2.8.0, I'm going to do a lot of demos. I'm going to do application. We are going to do live real world application, how to develop or build your if you have a startup idea, how to build your startup idea on Apache Pulsar. So please subscribe to my channel. Thank you. So let's continue. So I actually having an issue. We're having an issue that our method not found exemption, and I wonder why that is so. Because looking at the definition of the endpoint, it should work. Right? That should work. Message not found. Yeah, there's no topic right now. Okay, what we can do is let's go. Get. Post. Tenant namespace topic. Is this tenant needs to stop it? Which endpoint are we calling? Is it version 3 or version 1? Let's go back to the top. Version 2. Do the same thing. So what's happening? Why are we not okay, so let's move on from here. Mirror post. Okay. Okay, there's something public default. Okay, something is actually wrong. Okay, I can see it. Something is wrong. I can see that something is actually wrong. So let's copy value. Something was actually wrong with the way. So let me do this. Let me I need to try this out first. Let me see if it works. So let's go. So I need this. What I need is this. So this so I want to try this out again. Let me get the retention. So now I can see we are getting the retention policy default. Okay. So where we are having a problem is let's stop there. Topic. Okay. I get it now. Okay. So this is what is actually happening. For the topic, I was combining both the namespace, the tenant, and the topic together. So that was my own mistake, which I will rectify now and see how it goes. So instead, what I will do is this. I will duplicate this. Then I'll call this what will I call it now? I'll call it guild. Okay, let me call it a guild so that we know that the topic. So what we do is we need to just generate this, then add it here so we can reuse it. So instead we add it here. So that should solve our problem. Alright? That should solve our problem too. Oh, sorry, there's going to be an error. I need to set this to string. Okay, let's go again. So let's go again. So let's go at it again. Okay. I don't need this anymore. Let me do it for now. So let's see the response that we get. Method not allow. Why? Attention. This is not right. We are calling a post method, not a get. So if why would method not be allowed? This is really dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun. So method not allowed. Let's do this. Let's do this way. Top level is disabled. Enable topic policy. Okay. Oh. Probably this is what is actually happening. Now it says topic level policy is disabled. To enable topic level policy. So there's actually a mix. Well, I call it a mixed communication between. Let me say the reason I feel there's a miscommunication. Let me see. Let me show you. Now, normal HTTP. I think if Pulsar folks are watching me right now, normal HTTP request 405 means method not allowed. That's what 405 means. That error code 405. That's what it means. But for Pulsar, that 405 actually means topic level policy, not according to what they wrote here. It's disabled to enable topic policy, to enable topic policy, and retry again. So what I'm trying to say is, so there's actually a form of miscommunication between, or will I call it a misrepresentation of the code. Normal HTTP method status code is for method not allowed is 405, but for Apache Pulsar, actually 405 actually means that the topic level policy for this we are calling is not enabled. But meanwhile, we're actually getting method not allowed. So probably what do we do? That's why it's always good to, when you are working with open source applications like that, it's always good to have access. I think that's one beauty of open source. You're able to dig deep into the source code. Now I'm able to, assuming Apache Pulsar was closed source, and I'm seeing 405, it becomes an headache to me because how do I know? At my own end, 405 it just means method not allowed. But thankfully, it's open source. I'm able to dig into the code. I'm able to understand that 405 in the world of Apache Pulsar means that for this particular endpoint, topic level policy is disabled. So I need to now go and enable it. But as it was closed source, I don't know. I don't know. I'll just keep banging my head on the table and like, what's going on here? So 405 in the world of HTTP means method not allowed. So there's how will I call it now? So let's go. I think I probably need to post. Okay, let me post this into the Slack channel so that they will know. Let me not do that. Let's just move on. So the question is now how to enable topic level policy. So what I do is I just go to though I can look at my code. I think that will waste a lot of my time. So I prefer to go this living session and time. Let's see if there's an information that we can use there. So, so So what I'll do is this. So let's see if there's an information retention policy, default retention policy, get retention policy, get blah 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 quotas. There's not actually let me see if I can actually get such in my code. So let me end this. What I can do is let me see if I can just topic if there's anything else to do with topic. Let's see if there's anything else to do with topic. Delete inactive topic policy, create topic blah blah blah. Get inactive topic policy, get inactive, set get topic permission. How do I enable topic level policy? Can I enable it from the admin? I don't think I'm able to enable. Let me go to GitHub. So I'm trying to see. I need to enable topic level policy for me to actually, or what I can do again now is, I think there are, okay, let's do this way. I think I'll enable retention policy across board. I think that would be there. But right now, well, let's just go on. Though I can go ahead and just enable retention policy for that specific namespace that covers every topic under that namespace. So what we are not allowed to do right now is to set the topic level policy because we need to enable that. So in our own case here, it's disabled. So that's why it's throwing 405 error, which our HTTP request handler is actually misinterpreting as method not allowed error, which for that particular endpoint, which means another thing. So thankfully we are able to access the source code. We're able to understand what that error meant according to the server. So I don't know how. Let's hope that there's nothing. Okay, I think way, the best way I'm going to look at that to do this is to look at the. Let's look at the. Okay, let's look at the configuration, and let's look at the one for. I don't know if it's going to be broken now. So let's see if there's anything we need to enable there. So let's search for topic. If there's anything that we need to enable there, we will see it. Oh no, not on this one. Find topic policy. Let's see if there's anything has to do with topic policy. There's a lot of lines of code. Topic level. Let's just put policy so that you know. This is going to take my time, please. What I'll do is I'll go with the namespace policy setup. So instead of me wasting my time on this one, I think probably this should work. This should work because we have overloads. Okay, so this should work. This should actually cover every topic we are going to create. As regards so what we do is this. Instead of doing it, go to come here and implement our solution. So right now, I need to be able to blah blah blah. What I need to do is I want to be able to. Okay, so now I'm taking I think this should be the easiest, but what you should know that for us to be able to use to administer a topic level policy, you need to enable it, which I wasn't aware up to now. It's going to take my time starting the documentation and the rest. So I just feel that starting the topic retention policy at the namespace level saves me that stress. So any topic I will create now or later will be covered under that term. So let's go. Let me rebuild my test and let's move on from there. Ooh. So let's go. Ooh. What error is this now? No content. Okay. So another thing I've also discovered is that one thing about Pulsar endpoint as well. At times, no content. At times, if you run the code and it succeeds and it's successful, at times it doesn't return any content. So this error that is actually being displayed on the screen now, to me, I feel I understand it. So it means our code, we've been able to set up, we've been able to update the retention, but I don't know why the server doesn't or didn't develop in such a way that we get a response back. If it is okay or anything, let's know that okay, this action that we actually carried out return the response. But you don't get that. So instead we are having no content. In our own case now, automatically I consider it to mean it was successful. So I'll move on from there. Let's continue. The other thing is going to just crash our application. That is what is going to make me angry. So what I'm going to do instead is this. Instead of what I'm going to do is I forgot what they call it. There's this Hollywood movie they call them defender of the universe or something like that. So I need to just be defensive about it so that it doesn't crash my application. So I'm not even bothered about what error is returned because I already know. So I'll cut my and paste it inside. So now, so let's go one more time and let's try to see. Let's try to see. So I'm trying to let me get the retention policy for this. So we have a bunch. I don't know which one. Well, though you have a few. So let me check if there's anyone that has to do with the current one. So let's move on from there. So now we've depended our universe. So let's go. Sorry about that. So my network is becoming becoming sluggish. Okay, so let's run our code again. Mm, 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 mm. So now we set our retention policy. So let's see how that goes. If we are not able to solve this problem now, we'll continue looking at move to the producer aspect. I just want to verify if retention policy could be the solution to. Mm, mm. Now I need to delete the container and create it again. Sometimes it happens, I don't know why. Enjoy the music. check my log. So I have to check the log to see if there's any form of seems to be an erratic behavior. Transaction commit this start, handle commit blah blah. Sending message sequence 1000. Probably I should reduce this. I've also noticed, let me reduce this. Let me reduce the number of messages sent. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this log so that once there's a new log, we'll be able to see it. What I'm going to do is I've also noticed that I cannot actually test that much of message. So I think I've been able to test like 40 or so. So let's keep it at 40 because I cannot compare my own testing with the Apache test we get. So probably me, I'm actually communicating with the server. So now that I've reduced the number of messages to be sent, let's see. First of all, like I said, okay, let's not be worried about that. So let's see what the error this time around is going to be like. So I'm just trying to understand the problem with the transaction. Once I've gotten to conclusion, if it is what I call it now, if it has to do with my implementation, then I'll move on from there. Then after you're through with the producer, you can visit it again too. So let's go. Dun, 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 dun. So and at times again, I think I'm going to reduce the amount of breakpoints I'm inserting. It doesn't really help me. It's only adds to the time it requires to communicate back. So I've actually reduced the number of messages. So let's go back to incoming message. So we're actually consuming. So you can see that the consuming, then the transaction just got stuck here. Let me see if there's anything from the server side that could actually lead us in the right way. There's no error. There's no error from the server side. Let me see. There's no error. Both on the client side. The question I'm having now, okay, what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to reduce I'm going to reduce this. I'm going to reduce the amount of breakpoints we're adding so that the code can run faster. Probably that's where the issue is. Where is the other place I need to okay? I need to remove the distance from here. Okay, let me okay, another thing I need to do as well. At times I need to actually clear my bin and the object. Okay, probably this. Try again. So I'm going to build our code again. So we are done building the source code. So let's run our code again. Okay, so in the next time, let's see how that goes. I want to check something out. Okay, let's continue. Let's move away from there. Please don't crash. Please don't crash. Please don't crash. Oh, let's wait for the test. So we have 91. Let's see if it goes to. Okay, so that means we're actually creating topic. Okay. Pending act. Pending act. Pending act. Well, I don't know. Let's continue. Visual Studio has crashed. So let's relaunch it. Dun, 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 dun. 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 So actually having pending act. According to Pulsar, if you don't commit a message, it shouldn't be consumed. So we are consuming the message, that means it's being committed. You know, if there's something missing that we need to understand. Yeah, because why I said so is this. Let me go back to my log. Maybe there is miscommunication again. So let's just see. Let me look at the log. Okay, I don't have anything. Transaction with time. Transaction with time. Any transaction with time. Okay, 30 seconds. That's 30 seconds. Let's move on. So I'll delete my logs. Then I'll run my code again. Sorry about that. So let's run the code again. Okay. Now here comes the devil. No error. No error. Hey, wait. Let me. No error was thrown. So that's actually the solution to our problem. So no error was thrown. So so let me see. Coming. So no error was thrown, but we are not able to consume messages. But let's see. Let me see. Actually, there was a message that we consumed. Let's see. If there's a message, let me see. So we actually received the message. I can see from here. We actually received the message. We actually received, sorry, but no, not that. Where am I? This is where I'm going to. Let me escape that. This is where I was actually going to. So we actually received the message. So why we got a null count is what I don't understand. So we're able to commit and we're able to go transaction response and transaction response for request 12 and now that blah 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 11 12. Okay. So now so what we are seeing here is, let's go to the server. Is there any error thrown? So you can say that certain retention policy solves our problem. So it's no more like my programming error anymore. It actually has to do with the setup. So that is it. So I'm going to still investigate the other issue of no consumption and the rest, blah 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 blah. But for now, we've been able to solve an issue based on kind advice or input from David. He actually wrote a book, Pulsar in Action. He was kind enough to give me a coupon that actually was kind enough to give me a coupon for it that I got free. That is the PDF version. Let me show you the book so that in case you're interested. Pulsar in Action. So it's called Manning Early Access Program. So it's actually true with all the chapters except this appendix. So in case you would like to know more about Pulsar, I think I recommend this book for you. David was kind enough to give me the coupon. So I actually have this book. I have access to the book. As using it, I have access to the book. I have free copy PDF, which he gave me free of charge. So if you want to learn more about Pulsar, I think you get the book. Let's continue. So now this is how I just want us to pick a lesson from here. This is actually how we do, because this is there are so many things to learn and there are so many things to also forget. But if you understand how to solve our problem, it becomes easier. Now I will have kept digging and digging and digging and digging, trying to solve the problem. But I just felt like someone once told me from Aka.net team that it's always wiser to ask a more experienced developer for help. So instead of you spending millions of years, millions of years to solve a problem, asking a more experienced developer for help could actually solve you the problem. So the error that we were having earlier on was just this, where it was telling us transaction so ID was expecting was it was being okay. I think the status was expected to be in the committing status, but meanwhile, why is in a aborting status? And I asked a question on Slack, and David replied me and said probably due to retention policy. Now, okay, I took that and I came here. And I set the retention policy. Normally, I would have done it on the topic level, but the topic level needs for us to enable topic level policy. So I don't want to go that route. It might take a lot of time going through the documentation and all that. So what I did was to go to the umbrella level, that is the namespace level. So any topic greater under the namespace will have the same policy applied. And I said I set the policy of 1 hour or 100 megabyte. What that means is this topic, once it's inactive, once it's idle, you should not delete it within the window of an hour. But if that window of an hour it exceeds or it reaches the maximum size that is 100, you cannot delete it. So I think that is it for that. So folks, and that solves our I need to tell David that it works. So let's move on from there. Let's go to the producer aspect now. We spent almost 2 hours trying to debug or investigate the problem. So now let's move on. We're going to move on to the producer aspect of it. Okay, so I also need to set up something which I didn't do, so I'll do that for them. So let me go to the producer. We actually have partition producer and producer itself. So I think the first thing I need to look at is, okay, what I'm going to do is this. but I need to have a clean. I need to close all this so that it's easy for me to navigate between. Okay, let me close all this. Let me close all this. If I need anything again, I'll generate it. So now what I'm going to do now is I'll open up, because it's always good to look at. So I open up the folder. I open up the producer itself. Then I open up the interceptor. Then I open up the response. Now, actually went through there's the problem. Okay, let me show you. No, I don't need this. What I need is this. Actually, in Pulsar, we have two types of clients. We have two types of clients. We have the server client. And I don't know what to call this. Should I call this the client itself? Let me call it the client itself. So let me call this the client itself. So now the problem is, if you are implementing your own Apache Pulsar client, you also have to look at, I think they use the same client they are using for, okay, let me just put it this way. The front end client and the black, okay, they are using the same thing. You understand? So they are having almost the same code for both the server client and the front end client. And there are actually things, if you are porting it, that you don't actually need, so to speak. For instance, there are actually some implementation of some aspect or some logic in this client that if I, as a developer, want to port, like for SharpPulsar, I don't actually need. For instance, let me give you an example. Let's go back to, I need to open this in okay, let me open all the things I need. No, let me not do that. I need to show you. So now, this transaction buffer, handler is actually the site on the client side, but I don't need it. SharpPulsar doesn't need it. It's actually something that is needed at the server side, the client at the server side. Because I said yesterday, I remember I said one time that once you instantiate a producer at your own end, the server also keeps instantiate its own producer at the server side, but also instantiate its own client at the server side. So for this transaction buffer handling, it's only needed at the server side, not at the client side. So I don't need it. What I'm trying to point out is this. What I'm trying to point out is this. I actually spent a lot of time. Let me put it. Okay, now what I'm trying to point out I actually try to start recorder. I'm actually wondering, do I actually need it? Because why I ask that question is why I ask that question is if actually need start producer start recorder is this. One, I find it difficult implementing. There might be some issues with my own implementation of it. Why I said I find it difficult is this. Let me go to. Let me see. I think at the server side on the console, it prints out the stats for that producer. Let me see if I can lay hands on it. So what I noticed that the stat is being printed on the console. I don't know if there's a code for us to actually programmatically give the stats, but definitely whatever it is that the server side is printing out is also going to be the same thing. But since it's more like a replica of what you have, it's more like the back end client communicate, or rather the front end client communicate with the back end client. So whatever the server side producer prints out should be the same, because with with the front end client. So that's why I'm asking. For that reason, I'm asking if actually I need to actually focus on this, because my own implementation could actually be skewed a little bit. It might not actually be the same thing with, due to the fact that there are some tools that some, but there's a way they implemented in Java that I really find difficult understanding or producing in C sharp. So now let's open let's open that partition producer, because I need to look at this as in a whole. Mhm. Oh, come on, I need to try to do this. I'm actually laughing at the post that I just saw and it made me laugh. Mhm. Yes, so let's move on. I'm coming. Let me. Hmm. So, let me continue. So before then, let me check something. Okay, so we are good to go now. So now there's actually something that they introduced called exclusive consumer, rather exclusive producer. I think I've implemented that. Let's just cross check for. So now you have partitioned. Let's look at the routing policy not pending. So in my own implementation, instead of me using this, I relied on what do you call it now? I relied on Aka.net router to help me to route my messages since they have. If you watch my video on software pipeline architecture, where I mentioned how the distributor could actually, because how the distributor could actually distribute messages across several or across pool or pools of pipelines, and I said we make use of the routing strategy in Aka.net. So I didn't need to actually implement my own routing logic or routing strategy. So I used Aka.net. Aka.net. I used Aka.net routing strategy to implement my own, which has about depending on what you need, it has about 5 routing strategies into, let's say, more than let me just put it this way to be on the safe side. That's more than 4 different routing strategies in 2 different categories. We have the group category and the pool category. So depending on what you want. So if you are using the pool category, it means that you can scale down or scale up your routers or your what will I call it now? Okay, in terms of well, okay, the pool. Okay. What that means is that if you're using the pool routing strategy, it means I can scale down or scale up your routine or what do you call it routine. But in the case of Pulsar, you can't use pool because you need to actually instantiate or initiate a new producer manually at our own end. So what we do is we just use group, and the beauty of it is that the group you can add as you are adding more producer to your topic, you can actually add more routines to the routing you get. So instead of it to be dynamic, it's just going to be more like a static or manual approach to it. So that is that routing policy. I'm trying to see if whoa, I'm seeing this for the first time. Maximum pending messaging, that is get max pending message across partitions. I'm seeing that for the first time. Then I'm seeing this for the first time. Let me see if I have it in my. Let me see if I have it in my producer. Let me see. Okay, producer configuration data. Let me see if I have it there. Configuration. Producer configuration data. So let's see if I have that there. What? I didn't copy it, so let me copy it. So now that is not there. So that's another addition. You've added I don't know how that is being implemented. So that's why what I'll do is this. At times these I go about it, I go sequentially. What I need to do is to actually go to that. So let me go to boom boom boom. So I go to configuration producer. Let me see how they implemented that. I hope it's not a REST request. It's not there. It's not there. How come? It's not there. Producer configuration data. Producer configuration data. Is this the same thing? So what? Okay, let's do this way. So in this kind of case now, what I need to do is to find it in the file. So where am I? Client implementation. No, let me not go to implementation. Let me just go to the client itself. And so let me find that there. So this is the only place it exists. This is the only place it exists. So what I'll do is let's search across the folder. So instead of Java or Apache, so let me I'm going to search across the directory. So let's go. So we are searching for that get max pending message across. At times it will be something that we need at the server client end and not at the front end client. It's really difficult anyway, so let me just put it that way. Okay, so we are now actually seeing, okay, still searching. So while it's searching, let me allow this to show. It's still searching. It's done searching now. So let me switch back. So let's see what we have here. Let's see the kind of rabbit we got. So let's go. So now the user partition implementation. User configuration. Okay. User configuration. So we don't need all this as it appears that it's something that we don't need, but I don't know why that is so. I don't know this. Because I don't like all this. Probably it's application data, but it's not there. Okay, but probably let's see. It's not there now. API client implementation configuration. Let's go back there. Client implementation configuration. It's not there, except you have to do it manually. But so let me do this way. Get max pending messages. Okay, okay. So let me. Okay, so let's move on from there. Set maximum. Set maximum signal. Set maximum pending request. Blah blah blah. This is there. Check if that is go to this. Okay. So this is the standard. So now the problem we are going to get is this. So let's find where this is. I think that's the private default position. That is 550,000. Okay, so let's see where. Man. Okay, let me quickly. Excuse me. Okay. So what I want to do right now is what I'm going to do right now is what I'm going to do right now is convert this thing. So let's look for okay. So public constant maximum. What we do is so that means what it's trying to say is that we have about into that document. Let's move on. Oh, let's move on. So let's move on. Okay, so I think this is where now that is the difference between what will I call it now? Java. Well, there are some tooling that they took advantage of. Now I was actually getting okay, this is set, okay, this is set, this is set. If it doesn't work, okay, it works a bit different. So let me try and edit myself. Uh, so I'd rather do it this way. Check agreement. Dun, 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 dun. Let's see maximum pending messages. Dun, 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 dun. So let's see. Maximum pending message. I think they changed something. Let me see. Oh, I actually have this now. Nothing changed right there. See it's here. I've actually added that. What I'll do is I want to check how find references. Because we actually added this. Okay, I think when I was doing I was implementing the earlier. So let me see where this one is. Find where our reference is. But now you said maximum this. I didn't set the value. That's another problem. So else. Default. Okay, let's see. Was that right? Let me look at. Let me look at this. set. You need to set the value. What did I miss? What kind of mistake did I make there? For what? Um, this nothing. So there's something we need to fix. We need to fix. You need to fix. You need to fix this. Let's call it. You need to private. So call it private. Mm, 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 mm. So call it is equals to default max pending messages. So now we can go ahead and say at times when I'm someone that has actually been writing I'm a full stack guy. So let me show you guys something. Most of the time these are at work. So for this the table. So I think what did I do there? Let me put it. I think it's better here. Table. So I'm coming. Let me check something. I can't move away from it. So before then, let me just move to okay, tab. Okay. So let's move on. So I'll draw it too. Let me do that. Okay. So I'm trying to explain something to you guys. Table. So what I do is what's happening now? Okay, let me make it square. I think that is better. So when you're actually developing in a team, you actually have your team members that you could interact with or find if, for instance, there are things that you don't really understand. In the case of what happened earlier, where David from Pulsar community actually gave me what will they call that? And he actually gave me a solution, so this is a solution to the problem. But I'm someone that actually I've been working alone since I've been writing code. And, I'm more of a full stack guy. So what I do most of the time to be efficient or to actually come up with a solution is actually to replicate myself virtually. That is, I just assume that I kind of discuss with myself. I kind of reason with myself, a copy of myself. So given the table example, so I have myself spread across the table. So that way I'm able to come up with things I'm not understanding from this angle. I try to imagine it from another angle. So that is the way I've actually been acting. So let's move on from there. So and that's why it's easy for me to somehow feel. Let me leave that alone. So let's move on. Where was I? Now this doesn't seem to be right. Okay, but this is what I can do. Let's do this. So it solves both our problems. Okay, so this solves both of our problems. What am I doing? Okay. So let me see, what time is it? Okay, let's see where we can get to. The network seems to be okay today. So I need to set the. Unfortunately, this can't work. So I need to make it this way. Then I need to set the maximum to value. Okay, now so we solved both of our problems with one stone. Okay, now so that is that for that. My network is fluctuating, so I'm feeling for it to be stable so that before I move on. I think the network is getting up to bar. So let's move on. So now we need to fix this error here. Actually solve. Okay, let me see. Okay, so what do I do here? Okay, so they've actually changed the logic. Let me go back to max pending start. Manage pending messages. Okay, not pending messages. This kind of solves my problem, so let's move on. So that problem is gone. So let me look more and see if there's any particular addition that we are not seeing, not seeing. So let's go. Set producer name, set timer, set pending messages. Okay. Red block. Sorry. So I'm going to move away from here. I'm going to move to the. Okay, I think this is where you were. Set update partition from set the switch. Do I have this? I don't know. Let me check. Okay, I have that. Anyway, if there's anything we are missing, when we are implementing the producer itself, if there's any configuration that we are not actually added, we need to. So right now we need to move on to the builder itself. So if you say here. So let's move on to, in my own case, set position name. Oh, it's already there. It's already there. Then this there's this exclusive producer. Exclusive position. Supposed to be there. Okay, let me check again. Exclusive. It's not here. It's not here. So where could it be? So let's move on. I think I want to get the exclusive producer because where could it be? It's exclusive producer. I'm coming. I need to find this out. Let me go to protocol. Go to the photo. I know that there is something exclusive, so I don't know. Let me see. Uh-huh. Subtype. What I'm looking for. Or is it I have not ported it to this one? That's another issue. Let me see that. Let me see. Let me go to my producer actor. Producer actor. So let me see if there's exclusive. So there is actually I have two branches. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to two branches. What am I doing? Hold on, hold up. Okay, I need to find out something. I've implemented a flip producer somewhere. I know I've implemented this somewhere. Let me find references. Total sales factor. No, okay, not this. Expressive. This is not this. This is not the exclusive I'm talking about. Producer access mode. It's quite confusing. Let's check that again. Can you imagine? Plus, I will have damaged a lot of things trying to producer access mode. I know I've actually implemented that feature, so I need to confirm it now. So let me continue. So what I'm going to do is let me check the Slack channel if there's any message. So now let's go ahead and then I think I probably have done something like that. Access mode. I think that's a good access mode. Okay. Configuration access mode. So quick response. There's I need to think that we now have what we call producer metascore. So I need to understand sorry, local metadata stuff. I need to understand if when the message is when the user subscribes. I want to look for the sequence ID. That's another particular feature that I'm interested in. The sequence ID. My camera froze. Incoming. Okay, so we are back now. Somehow the camera was. So let's move on. I'm going to look for the sequence ID. Let me share the sequence ID. I think it's still the same thing. I actually want to confirm something. There's a particular issue that I'm interested in. Let me go to. I'll go to. Okay, I think. Okay, transaction. So I'm seeing another thing there. So let me go back to okay. Okay, so let me see. I think I'm beginning to understand. Before I move on, let me go to subscription. So compute. Okay. So there's actually something I need to fix. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Subscription. So let me see. Let me see. Let me find references to it. Is there another thing I need to? Let me see. Okay, so dun 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 dun. No, not this. Okay, key value string, tuple, multiple, extra act. And the problem I'm having is this. If it's not equal to null, complete. If not, else return complete null. Where are they now using them? This is the only place they're using it. This is the only place they're using it. Okay. Okay, I think probably I need to check this. Probably that will give you an idea. You acknowledge the transaction. Okay. Okay. So, so you acknowledge get topic subscription and then ignore so now I'm trying to understand this. That's why I don't like Java. Because okay, let me see. I think I'm beginning to. I think I know what to do. Okay, let me see it again. Let me see. Java pure. Let me see how. Add computer string to set of food. Okay, let's do this one. I need to understand what that PF does. I think it's key to understanding the PF. I don't need this. I need to understand. Because a new pair. System equals to true false. Okay, let me see. I want to understand why this. Sorry, I need to cancel. So I need to. Let me see. So compute topic for subscription. That was what he intended to do. This will bring a risk around the. You can use spell as the key or use a special control to not allow. You can use spell as the key or use special conductor. So the problem now is let me move on from here. Pick some comments. So let me see. Okay. Okay, let me go to this. Okay. Because now we are returning the okay. Okay, let me move on now. So I'm actually trying to see what effect this will have, because I've seen that I don't know. I'm trying to check if this is okay. I think the problem. Let me check. Okay, let me understand his motive. I think that is key. He said the transaction act one topic with multiple is the filtered. Fix it. New transaction act one topic with multiple sub-filters. Fix it. Add this pattern company status. Refer this add design. So all he's saying is okay. What he's saying basically is okay. Okay. So where do I use this? Let me find references to it. Okay. Oh, okay. So what you're actually saying is what I can do now is sort of what I've done here. What I've done here is topic KK. Okay. So what I've done here is actually take care of the topic, and what he's trying to say is that you can have multiple topics with several subscriptions. That means it will be filtered. Okay, subscription. Okay, I understand now. You try to make a pair of it, which has to do with both the topic and the subscription. But the question is, tuple. You use the tuple. You use the tuple. So how do I fix this? How do I fix this? So let me also look at this so that maybe probably that's why it's actually a dictionary. Let me also look at this. And let me see. Partition map. Okay. It's a map of okay. I understand this one. So what I can do is this. It's a bit tricky. Key value. Yeah. Okay, I think what I can do is I can call it but I cannot add a bit of a top. Okay, let me see. Okay, let me see. Because I also feel okay. Let me see. Java. Yeah. Sharp. Let me see. Because normally what comes to my head is to use to. That's what comes to my head. Yeah. Collection of people as the key. Key value pair. Okay, what I can do is okay, let's see this. Map entry, okay. Key value pair. Okay, so what talks about. I can't use subscription as the key. Can I?
I'm not in the mood, but you'll be here soon. Everything feels wrong, guess who's in a bad mood? Feeling broken hearted over
This will bring risk when using
something.
Dash to connect the topic and use them. For example, if you have a topic, actually,
I thought it'd be me and
the
you.
key will be
I guess it wasn't true.
okay, or use a special connector which is not allowed in the
If I only knew what you put me through, I don't deserve this. I thought it'd be me and you. Hard to be your friend when you act this way.
map compute.
What message are you trying to send? What's this game you
So I'm trying to understand how the map compute works
tell me that you love me and
so that I can understand what to
leave
do.
me at the drive?
Compute is present. I'm trying to understand how the compute works. I want to understand how this works so that I understand what to do. So I'm trying to understand that. Let's see.
I'm weak under your grasp
Okay,
and my
to
heart it
compute
won't
the
last.
value.
No, my heart won't last. I thought it'd be
Okay.
me and you. I guess it wasn't true.
Okay. Look at the value. So I understand now.
Only know what you put me through. I don't deserve this. I guess there was never me and you.
Key value collection. Let me see. Okay. Now the problem I have with this is the problem I have with key value collection is that if the number of elements, if I'm going to use for instance a list to hold key value, then I need to kind of look over the whole collection to determine if the key and the value which I'm about to insert actually exist. For doing so, this is one of these what scares me. But I'm trying to see if we actually need this. I'm trying to see if we actually this is just for us to just keep track of our subscription. We are not actually using the value from it. We are not actually using the key. It's just for us to keep track of it. So what we do is this. If we are not keeping track, we are not using the value, we are not actually going to access the register subscription just for us to know the to keep track of the topic and the subscription. And there's an issue that was raised on GitHub that says that it could be filtered if you have a topic with multiple subscriptions. So in this kind of case now, it means that if you have, if for instance, you created the first subscription for this topic, you add the topic to the map, what that means is that any subsequent subscription on the same but different subscription on the same topic will be ignored, will be filtered out. So since now, because I'm actually more concerned about what this is what is actually giving me confusion. This line here, I'm trying to see if we actually need this. Are we going to once we are able to add subscription, do we also need it? Do we need to send it to the server? Because that is one thing. Because he said it will be risky, or it is risky to do that. So I want to know is, will this actually happen? Will this actually happen? Because it says here that, for example, if you have a topic A, B, and subscription name C, it will be ABC. For a topic A and subscription BC, you also get okay. Understand now. Okay, I understand now. So, what do we do? I understand now. I understand now. Look, what I can do is this. What I can do is this. I don't know how expensive it is, but let me just. What I can do is this. 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 What can I do is this dictionary. So since he said it to be risky, so I think I agree with that. So let me just so since he said it's going to be risky doing that, so what I can do is so now what we do now is that means we're going to add more logic to our algorithm, more steps rather to this. So what we do now is if our if the state of the transaction is open, what we do is let's check for subscription, but if it contains key, If it contains key topic, it's quite complex. Let me see. And registration, but okay, let's see this. Can I just do a single line? Now, if it contains the key, okay, let's do this one. Let's do this one. So say try get value. Topic out list of subs. Let's call it subs. Now, so if topic is known, wait, let's see. Now, if you try get value is false. Okay, let's put it this way. Then what we can do is just add topic. What we can do is this. So once you do this, you said that means you don't have the key. So that means this is a new topic, it's a new subscription. But if you have the key, else, if for instance subs that contains subscription, okay, does not let me see. If subs contains subscription, then you don't need to do anything with it now. Okay, if there's not, if so, what do you do now? What you do is topic. Let's see. Subscription. So, trying to solve that problem, so let's go over the logic again. What I'm trying to say is, the first one is you need to check if the transaction is open. If it's not, then nothing. Then after that, you need to check if there's actually a transaction going on. This is a transaction. Okay. So now you check it. If the topic already exists, then If it doesn't exist, then that means this is actually a new one. You need to actually add it to the queue or to the map. But if it exists, you have to check if there's already if the current subscription has already been registered on the transaction. If not, you add it. But if else, you move on, you move away from that. I think that's the problem that we are trying to solve. So let me see if I can quickly run a test on this. If subscription get value, I think it's false, then the topic doesn't exist. If sub does not contain this, then continue else. Okay. I think that's the problem we're trying to solve. So let me move on from there. So now I'm focusing on the producer, and there's a particular issue that I saw on Pulsar the other day. I think it has to do with schema information. I think it has to do with multiple schema subscription registration or thereabout, which they added. Let me close this. You don't longer need this. You don't 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 need this. So now I think that has to do with let me see. Okay, now adding schema to the message. When you receive using customer, this page should be designed from this. Consuming messages in Octo public interfaces. Get rid of schema. Propose changes. I actually find this. I might not be able to. This native schema, I won't do that. I'll skip this. I'll skip that. Then abstract. Yeah, this is another issue I was having. I spoke about this earlier on. I spoke about this earlier on, and I said one of the challenges we're having. I've actually tried to implement something like this. This actually gave me an issue trying to implement this kind of thing. I think what this does is one, it uses a lot of codes that the Java people need to. Because if they are trying to do this in C sharp, they're going to the question mark they're going to be replaced with an object. And for us to actually make use of the object, then that means we need a reflection. That is easiest part. Or there's another one that it creates an interface. Now it creates an interface that has, for instance, that returns a schema this way based on the how will I call it now? Based on the data type or based on the parameter or argument. You create another class that makes reference to an interface for this. I think that is one way to fix it, which I'm trying to. But this is a bit. It's gonna be a bit. How will I call it? It's not gonna be a bit. It's not gonna be a straightforward implementation on my own side. But I've actually started it. If I have to support this kind of feature, then definitely I have to implement it. But apart from the complexity involved in actually porting this kind of thing to C sharp, so it's very difficult because let's move on from there. Let's move away from there. So let me. So I think this is where I'm actually going to spend a lot of my time. I'm going to bookmark this so I can always easily come back to this. So apart from that, let me see each other one. I don't think there's much changes. Okay, let me do it this way. Because at times I might not be able to produce that. Let me look this way. Let me see if there's any change to the producer. I'll look at issues first. Let me do this way. I think the wiki is I think the wiki is fix another producer, competition producer, exclusive producer. I think I've been able to do this. Another producer. Let's see what this is about. Let's see what it is about. Separate schema for. I think this should be earlier. Separate schema. This is earlier. Producer. Different schema. Okay. Pulsar client memory limit. Okay. This one also. Let me look at it. Large message handling. I think this chunk. I've implemented that. Pulsar end to end. I've already done that, but different schema. Master, let me see if this is possible. Let me look at. I think so. Let's look at the allow application to require producer access on the topic to achieve single writer situation. So I've actually been able to. I've done this producer builder access mode. So I've been able to do that. So let me see. Let me see if I actually pushed it all the way up. So what this means is, let me go to the producer. So let me see access mode. Okay, I've actually done that. So I've implemented that in my own code. Let me move away from there. So what else is remaining? Let me see. Semantics with for exclusive. So with for exclusive implementation, the concept of producer affairs with import shared command process success. The broker will inform if associated. When a producer tries to put a section for the person, you'll be leaving the empty on command producer success. Okay. You will always be sharing with that particular topic. Which were exclusive. Is there anything like that? Let me quickly go through that. Let me see the access mode. Wait for okay, I have it implemented. So let me move on from there. So I think as far as this one is concerned, I've actually implemented this. I think the bulk of the load is on the server side. Why I said bulk of the load is on the server side is if you take a look at the proto definition. So this is more of the server side. Okay, let's go to references. Okay, let me see. I think the bulk of the load is on the server side. So when you're sending producer subscription or want to create a new producer, you need to send that along with it for it to determine the access mode, if it is shared or it's exclusive or with the exclusive, whatever it is. That means with the exclusive, that means okay, if it's exclusive, you should wait for it. If it's not exclusive, take over from that. Okay, so I think I've done that, so I'm going to leave that now. I'm to look at other redundant. Let me see what this. Which year was this? There's no date. I need to understand. May. Okay, so what it's saying is this. When processor connects to partition topic, sometimes doesn't need to connect to all partitions depending on which routing mode and all that. Different rate producers, we should set number of partitions according to the high rate producer. Sometimes low rate producers don't need to connect to all partitions. Single partition routing mode, each producer uses one partition. In this PIP, you reduce the number of producers to use system resources, e.g. broker memory more efficiently. There's an image of concept. Second one is new concept. As you can see, each partition connects to part of. Okay, let's look at that. So what he's saying is okay, here producer is connected to all partitions. What he's suggesting is that producer should connect to required. Okay, I think okay, what partitions, what partitions. So this change will allow us to scale producers and increasing partition even where limiting. Okay. Propose changes. Producer connect to partition easily. Take partition about producer. Test one. So let's look at the pull request. This is a part implementation. This is the next one. Partition producer connect party. Okay, let's see application. So let me see partition producer. Okay, so we now have producers as against producers. So let's see the final implementation of that. Put partition producer. So let's go. Let's see if it was actually being implemented. Okay, so it has not been implemented. It's still a work in progress. So this is actually the current source code or code base. So let's confirm if it has been merged. Then you know that it's still open. So I don't need to bother myself with this. This is still a future. It's still open, so it has not been merged. So this client memory limits. I don't know. Let's move on from there. So I think I'm more concerned right now with this schema with adopted release. Okay, this is actually the fixed since 2.5. So they're porting SharpPulsar since 2.6. So I don't need it. So folks, I think this is where we're going to end this for today. I've taken a look at the producer, and I've taken a look at this producer configuration. Okay, let's do it this way. Okay, before I go, let me go through. So let me take a look at. Okay, sorry. I think I need to be drinking water when I'm talking too much. So let me take a look at this and see if there's any change. I think this is actually very important. Okay, copy all. So what I want to do now is I want to confirm any changes. I'm going to read it line by line. So I hope you are with me. I don't need this line. Use producer, okay, connection and reconnection partition index. I have that compressor project. Last sequence ID public computer. Last sequence ID. Key generator. Key generator. I think I have key generator. Connection handler. I have that. Batch time matters. I have that. Yeah. So this key generator is there. I might. Holy my soul. So let's move on. Let me check if I have key generator. Oh, I have key generator as well. So the less the more happy I am. User ID. I think I get the username, it's not blank, position key. You see now, I was talking about the other day. Let's focus on this a little bit because let me focus on this sum of you see this it's actually the now now the truth is thanks to the academic. I don't bother myself with anything I have to do with preventing deadlock. Or I don't need to bother myself with anything I have to do with preventing data corruption or preventing thread issues. So I know that okay, since my messages are going to be handled sequentially in order of their arrival. So I don't need to bother myself with, except if I'm doing something that is outside the act of probably when I'm running a background job. That, for instance, pulls a resource from, that pulls a resource from an external server. Now, in that kind of case, if my actor actually needs it, but I need to, in order to prevent data corruption and the rest, I need to get a data set from maybe a REST API from within my actor. And one thing is, and once I get that data from the external service, and if I'm going to use it immediately in my actor, there are two ways now to prevent not to lose lock. Is once the message comes in, I can use the same actor, send it as a message to the same actor, so that the actor processes it once it is through it, the messages that came in first. That's one way, so that I won't have to lock, and I won't have to be worried about corrupting any data that might actually depend on the request from the. Another way now is that if it is an urgent something, if once the data comes in from external service and you need to implement it in your, you need to actually you need to actually your business logic or your business whatever it is, business needs it to actually take effect as soon as it comes in. That means that kind of case, actor doesn't have what we call a priority, it's priority queue. So you can set that kind of message as a priority so that once it's being sent to the actor, it's it's added as a priority. That means even if there are zillions of messages that have arrived, once the actor receives that kind of message, it simply add it to be the first one to be treated after the current one. So priority queue, mailbox, it's called mailbox priority queue. So with that, you can actually achieve that kind of thing. So I'm just saying that because to actually prevent locking or to actually deal with data corruption and all that, I think that is one of the two ways. If it doesn't have really have any urgent, if you can wait till all the messages in the mailbox has been treated, if there are billions of it have been treated, then you can just send a request to the external service, get it, send it as a message that using the same actor itself, send it as a message to that is self actor. You send as a message to the actor that actually hosting the request or is actually making the request. To send it as a message so that it will be on the message mailbox, on the actor's mailbox. So when it gets to the turn of that data to use it, you'll be able to use it. So that if there's um uh any data, local data that might be affected by that, so that they'll prevent any data corruption. I think that's one way of preventing use of lock. You know, what's the beauty of an actor is you don't need to bother about using locks at all. But if you need to use a lock, if you're in a situation where you need to use a lock, for instance, a situation where you need to make a request to an external service in a background service, that is, you have a background because actor doesn't actually have what we call a scheduled background repeatedly, where from that background thread can always send messages. What you can do is just to send the actor, once you get the message, send the actor the message, the data process. Another way is to actually have what we call implement a priority mailbox so that the message you be a priority. So once you send the actor that message, it will add it to, is it append or prepend? Okay, I think it's prepend. It will prepend it to the mailbox so that immediately after the current message is being handled, it will be the next. So you get, so if for instance maybe where can that be used? For instance, maybe you need to make a request. Okay, let's look at it this way. You have an exchange app that deals with people send requests based on the current exchange rate. You kind of crunch the data and all that, and you need to make requests to an external service. And if there are billions of of messages in the mailbox, once the request to the external exchange rate provider comes in, you need to actually make it take effect immediately. And in that kind of situation, you don't want to use a lock. I think the best thing is just to create a priority queue mailbox so that once the message comes in, once they add it, subsequent messages in the box also it will also be affected. I think to me that's where I would design if I'm faced that kind of situation, if I'm faced with that kind of scenario or situation, I think that's how I'll go about it, solving the problem. So that is my own taste anyway. Since like I said, the beauty of using an actor or hacker.net is to prevent locking. So why lock when I think the reason we are using an actor model or using hacker.net is because you don't want to deal with concurrency issues, you don't want to deal with multi-threading issues, and you want your application to scale a lot better than. So that is it. So let's continue our gist. So now, okay, I said that is the reason for me not using. I don't need all this. So now let me continue. I say something like this. I'm trying to see. I want to read line by line to see if there's any change that I need to implement. I can see there's nothing. So here now, in like I said earlier, you can actually do this without any extra work with Akka.net. You can actually schedule a fixed delay. If you need a demo on that, you can contact. You can just leave a comment, then I'll show you the demo. So now, so let me see if there's any quit pending request message queue, handle is multi-enable, blah blah blah. Internal sync. Internal send transaction. Register Pulsar topic. That is transaction register Pulsar. This is ID. Compose with internal send. Apply complexion. Send the symptom cover. Connect to copy the schema. Data engage. To arrive and send message. Let me see. Send email. Producer name. Can add the batch. Give that just email ready. Wait. Chunk, chunk, try register, blah blah blah. Get a great schema. I think I have this complete message. Can request, let me see, right? Okay, I think, well, except if there's anything else that comes up. But I want to see. I think, okay, this is not actually, I think this has to do with server side. So I'm taking a look at that then. Okay, I have that. So I'm not answering. I'm not answering at all. So let me. I think that's another issue I need to let me look for. Oh, sorry. So let me start just folder. Terminated with the connection system. Handle. Oh, that's interesting. Please these are consumer setting. There is. Yeah. The topic has been terminated. Not even being used here. Okay. Handle send error. Client connection. Whoa, that is interesting. Never saw this. Handle send error. Topic terminated. Allowed. Send error. That's interesting. So I need to go to. I need to go to my client connection. So I need to handle some handle some topic terminated, right? So I'm actually not handling this properly. So let me do this. Sir, I need to send people, but probably this is happening at the background. Happening at the background, it's going to throw an error. Like tells you that out of context of now the producer needs to handle terminated music. So let's see. Mention code. So what that means is, for example, let's okay. So what's the context? Is code. I'm still going to come here. Let it be established. If you send a how do I solve this problem? I like this one. I like this one. Can I use it to quickly defend, please? So lovely song there. Wish I could put it on repeat. So let's move on from there. So now there's a challenge here that I need to actually um so we need to actually once this happens, we need to be able to close the connection so that the producer can you can so that to take place and reestablish the producer again. So how do we actually implement this? Because we're actually dealing with the producer. We cannot dispose the socket client, which means that if you are having multiple producers, all of them will come crashing down. Because since the socket is the link to the server, so what we need to do is because a producer can actually be closed in isolation without affecting the rest of the producers. So if you have multiple producers, so that's why I feel like disposing my socket connection won't be a good solution to it. Which means that, for instance, I have like 10,000 instances of a producer, and I just dispose the connection if they are not actually using dedicated connection, if they are using shared connection. In that kind of case, the time is I have like thousands of producers trying to reconnect at the same time. I don't know, maybe probably at the same time. That might not be a good solution. So now how do I handle this issue? That is the question. Because I don't know. Let me look at this. So now what we are seeing here is this context. This context has to do with. Okay, let's look at. We are still coming back. Line 6.1. But first, before I forget, so let me go and handle. I need to handle these messages at the producer side. So let me go back to the producer. So I need to handle so let's see what brought us to this place right now. Okay, this way, okay, fine. Okay, I'm sending the message to. So which state do we connection ready? I think okay, to be in ready state. What I'm going to do is what we can do is receive messages terminated. So what we do is let me do this way. Terminated. Extra connection. So what that means is handle this message pending has been terminated. Okay, I think this the another one we need to handle is another one we need to handle is recover not allowed error. So let me see how this is going. this is. Okay, so let me go to this one. I don't need this anymore. Provision implementation. I don't need. Let me see the rest thing. If there's any change that I need to implement. Okay, that's inside the provision name. Schema version. No, it's the same thing. It means. So okay, let me see this. This is where I'm going to. So let me see. Okay. What is actually saying is sending messages to. What I'll do is I don't think I have this here. I don't have this implemented. So let me go to I don't have it implemented. What I need to do is to help myself, let me fix it. Let me convert it. Let me copy all. Let me come to this place. Let me put it side by side with let me put it side by side with this. Let me go to let me add it here. So let me okay. It's gonna be private. Oh sorry. See me. Copy what I'm not supposed to copy. So let me you see the lock again. You see the lock. This is what I'm talking about. I don't need this lock. I don't need it. I'm going to need the lock, and our code is private. So this is a classic example of the reason why I love the actor module, why I love Academy. So I don't need the lock. I'm sorry, guys. I don't need the lock. Sorry about that. Don't take offense. Kidding. So now, let me see pending message breaks. Let me see if this active is okay. What kind of queue? Let's call it. What do you need? Does it ask you? Ask it simply. So now, what this means is this is going to be T. Let me not do that. So let me get IS sequence ID. Okay, so we are getting somewhere. So let's go to remove. I hope it has removed. Oh, it probably has the Q. So the Q, the last one. Remove and returns the object at the beginning. Okay, this one is returns the object at the beginning. Okay, so we see the same thing. So now, since we are not using lock, there's nothing for us to release. So log warning. There's nothing for us to release. Our code is simple. So let's go to warning. So now this sent complete. I think it's a code. Okay, I think it's something I did. Let me see. Okay. So not allowed exemption for maths. Let me see. In this era we do this. And then to be able to do this kind of thing, your vocabulary of let's just say the dictionary. Must have had a lot of experiences programming every day. because if not, there's no way you can actually understand what to do. If not that you've been doing this consistently on a regular basis. I'm talking to those that just starting. So producer, this is not allowed. The size of the message is produced by people, blah blah. Producer name. So that means this is the producer name. Producer name. So I probably use topic. Okay. So what do I need here? Whoa, this. Oh. So I don't need this. Oh God. Okay, let's see. So let me see what I can do here. Do you have any message? Pending message. Okay, I think that will be our. So this is going to be our op.message. I think this solves my problem for me. Okay, so that solves my problem for me. Topic. Producer name. Go to sequence ID. So where do you need it? T. Okay, I think we need the T here. T. Bola. So now we are ready to handle this error. Let's go to. We are ready to handle. Man, I'm hungry. Shouldn't I be hungry? So recover. Just call it sequence ID. So I think we are set now. So we are able to. Let me see if I actually handle this as well. Let me see. It's showing an error. Whoa! I didn't handle this as well. So let's go to our producer. Let's see how it was handled. Oh, there's a lot of code. Okay. Seriously. Okay. So of course, let me do this. I don't know why I didn't see this. The live stream is actually helping me to pay attention more. So let me go, let me clear this. Convert. So let me, I quickly need to reply a message. At times when you're coding, just need to have fun. That's just it. They say programmers don't have a life, but I don't think so. I think you have the most beautiful life. You know how to. I think you are funny. You're kind of funny anyway. I wish I had a team member here. Probably the hot thing. But let's move on from there. So where are we? So now we want to so we didn't actually in our previous code. So I'm going to put this side by side with this. Don't mind it. Now you see we have lock again here. We don't need the lock. I'm sorry. You don't need the lock. 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 So let's start all over again. So this that's why I don't like Java. But things I mean today is actually been pretty. Network has been stable. It's debug enabled. Is that the method is I think it is a free the property level. Verify before it's not corrupted. Do I have this? That's the question. Oh, nope, I don't have that. So let me just continue. Let me continue with my the queue. I need to the queue. So since I'm not using lock, I don't have any need to release anything. Yep. I don't have any reason to release or recycle anything. Okay. I think I need this. Let me see. Let me go back. Okay, I need this. It's recycled. I need this. The same thing. I think I need it for I'm too proud. I need it for this as well. Okay, I need it for this as well. I need to recycle here. I need to resend messages. I don't know what I need for this. Producer response. Wow. Connection. So let me see. Okay, let me before I move on to that, let me, of course, you need to do something here. Producer name. Producer name. Let's see. Topic. So let me remove that. Let's move to the next line. Log warning. Warning. So let me quickly go up. Let me quickly do something. So I need this to this extent. I'm sorry, that's where I wrote the code to tag along. Okay. So let's move on from there. Let's move on from that distraction. So what we have is topic. What we have is producer name. Then how we have the sequence. And what we have is T. So T1 log.
So much to the poltergeist. Trying to hold on to love, but it's frost and nice time. Much but a light from a falling sky. Fly to the forces above us like. Keep holding on to this present time. Inspired by the ones that were left behind us. We fell for the light of a foreign sky. Flying to the forces above this life. So much to the poltergeist. Trying to hold on to love, but it's frost and nice time. Much but a light from a falling sky. Fly to the forces above us like. Keep holding on to this present time. Inspired by the ones that above this life. Been crying so much to the poltergeist. Trying to hold on to love, but it's frosty nice time.
So
So much, but
now
a
this
light from a
verify
falling sky.
rupture. So let me see.
Keep holding on to this present time. Inspired by the ones that were left behind us. We fell for the
Wow,
light of a foreign sky.
this is a lot of code.
Flying to the forces above this life.
This is a lot of code. How do I complete checksum? Okay, do I actually need this? I think this is actually the dun, 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 dun. So I'll leave this for tomorrow. I'll verify and see if it's actually something we can work on. So I'll leave this for tomorrow. God willing, tomorrow. But there's one more thing I need to check. I need to confirm the same messages. I don't know. I think there are various. Client connection. That's interesting. How come I have Pulsar? How come I have Pulsar? To the definition. Okay, I think okay, let's see something. Closing message and inside message to send. The user completed the user this. So where are we needing the client? Okay. Okay. Okay, so I'll take a look at this tomorrow. There are things we need to look at. Maybe probably we implement. But let me see. I did. Let me see why you need producer response. Let me see why we need that. Last sequence ID. Connection, blah 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 blah. Schema version. So these are the things we are going to look at. We are going to take a look at this tomorrow. So I'm going to take a look at this tomorrow and see if there's a way we can circumvent the stuff. So for right now, I'm about to say goodbye. So now we are left with two issues. So first of all, before I move on, let me make sure that I'm handling that error. Recover checksum error. Let me see. Okay, let me go to this. So message recovered section. Connection. Sorry. So I want to make sure that this should be an actor. Actor reference. So I want to make sure that we're not doing that. So the two issues before us, the three issues before us tomorrow is let me close this. Three issues before us tomorrow is this line. How do we? And I think I need to investigate what the connection channel close, what it does, so that I will know if it has to do with closing the server, that is the connection to the server, or just closing the okay, probably yeah, it should be channel is equivalent to I think netted channel. What does it represent? I think one thing is to look at this. Does it represent the actual connection? I think it's netty. Check. Let me see. I think that is channel close. I think yeah. Let's look at it. Let's see what that does. Okay, I think this should help us to understand. So it said, is there any difference? Close, just shorter version of channel close. Okay, I think let's say we have three handlers in the pipeline. They intercept the close operation and cause the pipeline. Okay, channel close. Some handler. Channel close the trigger, and then close the channel. C, D, handler. Okay. The trigger. Channel close and text will close. Channel close, close the channel. Now this handler should be called. So when you should use channel close, and the rule of thumb is if you are writing the channel and I want to close the channel, the handler call close. If you are closing the channel from outside the handler, if you have a background tree which is not you want to close that, should be used. Can you give an example where it should be used? Then you should use when you know the data and not care about the close event. Because now close the channel close starts to flow through the channel from the point of to start from the tail all the time. So probably what is let me see close detection. So how do you close the netted channel? First of all, what does that even mean? The socket connection. That means I'm going to close socket connection now. So the question now is where is our connection? So the question now is if we close Sorry about that. I needed to attend to an issue. So as I was saying, so I'm going to look for. We are going to investigate this tomorrow. Then, then tomorrow we also investigate. Let me see. Okay. Um, so investigate this as well and see where it lands us. So if actually I need this or not tomorrow, I will know. So for now, is I think I've enjoyed this almost 5 hours stream. So guys, I'll leave my Twitter handle and GitHub and Upwork address on the screen thread in case whichever one you need me for, maybe my Twitter handle, my GitHub, or my Upwork, in case you need me to work with your team remotely. I'm available. So for now, I'm available for now. You never can tell. So what do I do? So let me commit. Let's do a commit message. So let me call it work in progress. Producer. So underneath I will say let me see online. Okay. Things to work on. Number one is to send this. I need to put line so that I don't forget line 1084. Then we have line 1050. Then we have the line close, channel close. Let me go here. So see. Line 51 line connection dot C#. So guys, so folks, so it was fun today for me. The issue that I just saw later on was actually I was just wondering how I skipped that. So maybe due to the live streaming, I'm paying more attention to avoid errors and all that, to produce the quality code. So, like I said, I'm scrolling my GitHub address, my GitHub, my Twitter on the screen right now, and my Upwork. Upwork is also important, at least you get why we do what we do, why we do what we love to do. At the same time, also I have Bill and I have Kate. So Bill is at the gate. So we need to go to the gate and sort out Bill. So that is the essence and the reason why the Upwork address is scrolling on your screen, because Bill is at the gate and I need to go to the gate to take care of Mr. Bill. In other words, Bill Gates. So, folks, thanks. And I say once again, God willing, tomorrow there will be another session of live coding, debugging, and so to recap what happened today, based on the feedback I got from David, and I told you about the book he wrote, Pulsar in Action. It was generous. He gave, I have access to the book. That is the PDF version of it. I think it's a lovely book for those that is actually starting out. Let me see if I okay. Pulsar in Action is available on Manning. I don't know if it's available on Amazon, but it's early access program. I think it will be available by October this year. So David was able to reply to my question on Slack channel, and he told me about maybe it could due to retention policy. What that means is the topic is being deleted or was deleted earlier or before the commit actually happened. So I set the retention to 1 hour or 100 megabytes. That is the size limit. So either within the space of 1 hour, if the topic is idle, if nothing is happening, no producer using it, no consumer is using it, then delete it. Or if it is if it's 100 megabytes or so, if nobody is using it, delete it. So I set the retention policy. If you are just watching this, you can go back. If you are just watching this, I think once I finish the record, the streaming, you can go to the beginning to show how I was able to set the retention policy, which solved our problem. But you also saw that I wasn't able, though the consumer read the messages, but we are not able to actually see the message at the client side. Possibly the time was too short. So probably maybe we need to increase the time and all that. So please, you can check out my source code. If there's something wrong with the way I've implemented my blocking queue connection, I think that's one of the places that I need to ask a lot of questions. Please, you can what will I call it now? You can chip in some ideas and some advices to me. If there's and also ask you to also please take SharpPulsar for a ride and let me know what you feel or what your experiences are like. So, folks, till tomorrow, God willing, like I always say, I'm taking today is a privilege. Today is I'm grateful for today. My plan yesterday was to do a streaming today, and which has actually happened. And also, my plan for today is that I'll do another streaming tomorrow, and that's what I'm saying, God willing. So, all things being equal, good health, everything, electricity, internet, my mood, and the rest, and all things being equal, time availability as well also matters. So, like I say, let me round up. God willing, tomorrow. Don't take today for granted, and I'm not saying tomorrow is guaranteed, but we thank God for being able to do what we love to do. So, bye, folks. See ya tomorrow.